Good morning, everyone. Today is the day that I'm going to refit my Fender Japan YJM shred to stainless steel. I'm gonna refret this one because of the bits and the chips that are uh, showing on the crowns of the fret wires. Like here, I found out another one, and so right now I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So there are 8 bits or chips on the crown of the fret wires, and I don't know why it's happening, but I'm guessing these are not Dunlop fret wires, and they're quite big for 3mm and tall. And from what I remember, I've already leveled this and crowned it, but the bits keep on the bits or the chips keep on showing up. So I'm just gonna refret them, make them change them into stainless steel fret wires. Hopefully everybody can hear, because if not, then I'm just gonna be recording this whole video without audio, because I already started recording and I'm 2 minutes into the video. So hopefully everybody can hear nicely. Okay, first up, first thing is I think I may need to heat the fret wires now, because I remember a few years back, in 2017, I saw one fret wire that's a bit wobbly somewhere here, and I used very thin super glue, AC glue, CA glue, not AC glue, CA glue, or whatever it's called, super glue. I dripped super thin super glue on that one, and I decided to put super glue, thin super glue on all of them. So they might be a bit hard to remove without with just my tool, because if it's a bit old and I've glued them before, so might need to heat them up. Today I have several tools that I have with me. First one is this. This is my homemade fret puller. This is just basically a nail and nail, what is it called, nail and deeper, nail cutter. I fashioned it, grinded down the middle there, and put a bit of a shape into the center area there, so that when I push, when I try and remove a fret wire, it will just pull up the fret wires, so I don't have to do a pulling motion. I'm just gonna have to put it like that, and oh, it's moving. Okay. So some of the fret wires are quite easy to remove. I will try and remove them, but if not, without heat, I'm gonna try and remove them without heat, but if not, I may need to put some heat on it. Let me try this one. I know I put some glue in here, so hopefully this will. Okay, now I can feel. Oh, actually, you can remove it. It seems like it's very easy to remove, so I don't think I'm gonna have any problems with that. My problem is I'm not sure if they're the same. They're the same size fret tangs. So if one of the if the fret wires, the fret tang of the fret wires are bigger, and the fret tangs. By the way, this is what I'm going to use. This is the Hosco stainless steel fret wires. It's got the dimensions at the back, so it's a nice touch, a nice helpful touch. That's why I love the Hosco brand. Okay, let me check the dimensions of it. So I'm gonna take out one fret wire here. I'm gonna remove one at the end there because it's easy. It seems like it just want to go off, just want to go, and that's very easy. Okay, this is the fret wire. That's quite easy, not very hard to remove. So I'm gonna check now if the fret tang, for the fret tang side, I'm gonna get one from inside of the stainless steel. Because if this is the case, and it's very easy to remove, it's gonna be a shorter video. Usually this process is easier than beveling and all that stuff. For beveling, it takes me a lot of time. I try to bevel slowly instead of fast, because I don't want to hurt the finish on the side. Especially this is a bit old, so I think if I nick the finish somewhere, hopefully it's not a different it's not gonna be a different color, because it might become different color and I'm like need to stain it. Hopefully I don't do that, so beveling will take a bit more time because I'm gonna be very careful. So let's get one from the stainless fret wires. So if we compare them, these two fret wires, you'll see that the one that came in stock with the YGM strap is a lot bigger, a lot thicker. Let me check the dimensions of the Hosco fret wires. So the crown width is 2.99. Let's check with my trusty $4 caliper. This is just $4, but it's made of plastic, so I like it. It's not very accurate, but it works. So it says 2.8 actually, not 2.9. So it could be that, oh, it says 2.9. It says 2.9. So it's about that size. The fender, the one that came in with YGM is quite big. I'm guessing this is 3.9 or 3 mm. It's also 2.9. That's strange. It's a 3 mm. So it's slightly bigger. Amazing how 0.1 mm, 1 mm, 0.1 mm of 0.1 of an mm gives a very big difference in how it looks. So okay, I'm gonna check the fret tang if it's thicker. Fret tang on this is 0.7. Fret tang on the, oh no, they are a lot smaller. It's about 0.6. I don't think I'll have any problems putting them in. Main issue is, are they going to stay put in that area? So today, as long as the fret wires are very easy to remove, I'm gonna hammer down the fret wires as I remove them. So if I remove one fret wire, I'm gonna put another one. So this one I've removed. Later I'm gonna show you the tools that I'm gonna use. I've removed this one. I need my marker, if I can find it. I need something that is round at the back, like this one. So as you can see here, I removed one of the fret wire, and there's not a lot of chipwood that came out of the fret wires. I mean the fret slot. It's still almost in perfect condition. Those waves right there are I think are the glue marks that I put in back in 2017. So they're still there. The good thing that they don't stick anymore. So as you can see, the fret slot there is almost perfect. Other people would use a file to clean up the slot, but for me, since this thing, the new fret wires I'm gonna use are smaller, the fret tanks are smaller, I don't have to clean up the edge of the fret slot. What I'm gonna do is just use the end of this marker, and I'm just gonna push everything down, and that's gonna help level the edge of the fret slot, and that will help clean it up a bit, and it will help later when I put the fret wire, when I hammer down the fret wire, and it will help it sit nicely on top of the fretboard without any gaps. Okay, another thing I need to do is I need to remove all the fret wires, the new stainless fret wires, and I need to find which one's the shortest one and the longest one, so that I can use the shortest one on the first fret and the longest one on the last fret. So I'm gonna follow them by size, of course, shortest to the longest, from the 1st to the 21st fret. Okay, so this is gonna be like a game of sorting out the fret wires. This looks like it's the longest one. Some of them are same size, some are not. So I'm just gonna lay them out on the table, and then I'm just gonna put everything from the shortest one to the longest one. Forgive me for saying some words that are incorrect in my description, because I am Filipino, and some words in Filipino in Tagalog are translated into several words, and you translate them in English. Like if I say turn off the fan, we would say in Tagalog, okay, this is a Filipino Filipino lesson. If I say turn off the fan in English, in Tagalog we'd say patayin mo ang electric fan. And then if you translate patayin, it means to kill or murder or kill. So you're basically saying kill off the fan. but the correct translation is uh, actually I don't think there's a translation in Tagalog. But if you want to turn off the fan in English, you have to say patayin mo yung fan in Tagalog, which means in a direct translation it means you kill the fan. So some of my words I might be using incorrectly, so forgive me for that, because English, Filipinos know English, but we don't often speak them too much, especially on normal days. So some of my translations may be incorrect, so forgive me for that. Okay, I think I've sorted them out, from what they look like. It looks like the smallest ones I've sorted out, and I don't have to really sort them out exactly from the shortest to the longest. They just have to be near each other. That's how I describe it. So if there's something that is shorter one, then I know that it's on this area, and these are in this area. Okay, let's start. Okay, wait. Before that, I need to get one more tool, which is my hammer, which is not actually a hammer, but actually a friend of mine made it so that I can use it as a hammer. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So what I use as a fretting hammer is this big chunk of copper. This is quite heavy. This was given to me by a cyclist friend of mine. For those who doesn't know, I used to cycle around the country. The country is very small. It will only take you about 180 kilometers, I guess, if you want to go around the country. But I used to go cycling about 3 times a week, and a friend of mine works on a company here that processes computer hardware. What is that? It's like somebody is being possessed. So a friend of mine works in a company that processes computer hardware, and he's the one who supplies all of my metal parts, especially the brass, my brass bars he gives me. So I make them into brass nuts like this. I think this one is stock from Fender, but I've made a lot of brass nuts for my other strats. So this one here is a big chunk of copper. I think it's copper, but I also have one here that is made of brass, and I used to use this a lot, but the problem is it's too small. So whenever I hammer down a fret wire, sometimes I miss the fret wire because it's smaller. So I use this one now. It's a lot bigger and heavier. I don't have to swing too hard to seat a fret wire with this, and this is a lot easier. I hold it like this, and I just drop it on the fret wire. Okay, what else do I need? I don't want to stand up later and find another thing. Hopefully the batteries of my mobile phone will last until I'm done. If not, I will check regularly for battery. Okay, still have 95% for battery life, because if you're recording on a mobile phone and it just suddenly dies, all your recording will be gone. If you can hear that, that's just children playing outside. Okay, let's start. So first I'm gonna remove one here, one fret wire. Hopefully everybody can see, but I only have one mobile camera, so hopefully your view isn't blocked. I'll try as much to not block your view of what I'm doing, but as you can see, like I said before, these mass production guitars, they don't glue the fret wires too much. Maybe they put a bit of glue on the edge and that's it. They don't glue it unlike those custom shops or those guitars that have been made by just one person. They will definitely glue the fret wire so that it doesn't move around. But for production guitars like this, they probably glue it very tiny bit on the edge so that it doesn't move, and that's it. You know why? Because whenever they slot the fret slot on the fretboard, it's like what do you call it? It's like a virgin slot. You know, you put something there, it's like putting something in between two wood that's a bit tight, and so the fret tang teeth or tooth, those small tiny tooth on the fret tang will hold on to it, and it will most likely not move around. So that's why they don't really put a lot of glue on it, and that's why I know that if I try and remove one of the fret wires from the fretboard, unless it's a custom shop, maybe it will be easily removed. I don't have to heat up with a soldering iron or anything. Now for this guitar, it might be a different case because, like I've said before, I put some super glue in between in the fret wires back in 2017. So some of them might have degraded, some of them might be still stuck into the fret wires. So if one fret wire is, if I'm gonna have a bit of hard time removing the fret wire because it won't bulge like these two, I'm gonna use the soldering iron. I just have it ready in here. So I guess we'll go to the refretting part, and I'll stop talking for now. Okay, do my process again. Sharpie the end, the round end, just to push back all those wood that have been lifted away from the slot. And then after that, I have here another Hosco brand. Man, I love Hosco. This is the Hosco fret slot cleaner. It's 0.5 mm. Most of the time it fits the fret slots of the guitar that I'm trying to refret. I also have 0.4 just in case I have a smaller fret slot that I'm working on. So that's it. Clean it. This is very sharp, so I just use this to clean or to remove anything that might be stuck inside there. And I also use this to see how deep the slot is. So it's quite deep. Most of the time it's quite deep. Okay, that won't be any problem. I've chosen one fret wire that is short enough for the first fret. If there's a shorter one, I'm gonna use that one instead. But it looks like this is the shortest one. So okay, yeah, it looks like this is the shortest one. So I'm gonna use this so that it is the shortest one, but I still need to cut the fret tang, I guess, a bit, so that okay, I can't see it too much because of it, but maybe I'm gonna put up these blinds here. It's gonna get my remote control. I'll be back. Okay, I'll put up the blinds. I don't think it helped but from where I'm sitting I can see what I'm doing now, so I'm just gonna check if the fret tang is, by the way, these fret wires are cut for, the tangs are nipped on the edge just in case you're going to refret a binded neck, so it has the tang nip on the edge. And while I check here, it seems like I need to remove a bit of some of the fret tang, and for that I have the steel mat. I'm not gonna say steel mat. This is not a sponsored one. I bought this with my own money. This is the fret and tang nipper, so I'm just gonna cut a bit of it just to make the because these fretboards from Japan, they have they cut the edges of the fretboard have a plug on the slot so that you don't see the, okay, I think the lighting has become bad because I've opened the blinds. Maybe I go and close it again so that the camera can adjust. Because it's gone dark when it should be brighter. Okay, now it's brighter. Now it's a lot better. I can still see clearly. Maybe I open this up more for more light. Okay, I think that's better. This is a lot better. So I was talking about the fret tang and the fretboard edges. So the fretboard edges of the Japanese Fender, they plug the edge of the fret slot so that doesn't show. So if you can see from USA Fender Japan, Fender USA Strats, you'll see the fret tang, this part here on the edge. So in Japan you won't see that because they plug the edge of the fret slot. So I've cut this one, the fret tang shorter, and this will, this is the one or not. I think okay, now I'm confused which one I've cut. I don't know where I put it. Interesting. Oh, it's here. Yeah, I think it's this one. So this one is a lot shorter now. Yeah, it's gonna fit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and push it down like that, and then I'm gonna use the hammer, my special hammer, to hammer it down. By the way, these fret wires are slightly lower in fret height. I mean the crown height is slightly smaller. I think this one is 1.45, the height of the fret crown, and for the Dunlop 6000s it's 1.47, so they are a bit taller. For these, I'm not sure how tall they are. Let me measure them a bit. Quick measure. So right now it's because I've ground them. I've leveled them before, so about 1.4. So I guess they're just a bit higher than what I'm gonna use as a replacement. The Hosco fret wires. So it's a good thing because I don't have to replace the brass nut. If they're the same size or slightly lower, I don't need to replace the brass nut, and I will have to make a new brass nut because it takes a lot of time. I don't have any machines. I just do them by hand. Okay, so this one fits nicely. Now all I have to do is hammer the thing. I'm not gonna hammer it on the table because the table is not stable. Yeah, that rhymes. Table is not stable. I'm gonna put the neck on my leg, and I'm just gonna check if it's quite properly seated. And that's it. Okay, so that's it. I've replaced the first fret wires. I'm gonna do all of them now. Same process, same thing. By the way, if you're wondering, these fret wires, the Hosco fret wires, have been pre-radiused to 9.5. So the radius is 9.5, and the radius of this guitar is 9.5. Some builders would say that the fret wires should be slightly overbent, more to the overbent more than the exact radius of the guitar. But I don't believe it has to be that way every time, especially for stainless steel fret wires. Stainless steel fret wires are hard. So for this, I trust that they will remain 9.5 even if I hammer them down. Same reason why I don't level them whenever I replace using this type of fret wire with the same fretboard radius and same radius on the fret wires, because you're just not going to be bending it out if you hammer it down. So it's going to be seated quite nicely, and that's the reason why I can refret the whole board and refret the whole guitar without leveling them. One or two maybe in spot leveling, but no need for leveling the whole board and removing a lot of materials. That's why I love these fret wires. I won't recommend doing that on a Jescar fret wire that is not radius to the pre-radius to the exact radius of the fretboard you're going to refret. I have a fret bender there. If you're refretting to a stainless steel fret wire, maybe all you need is just radius the fret wires to the exact radius of what you're going to refret, and that will eliminate, at least for me, from my experience, it eliminates that leveling of all. I don't even have to to check if the neck is straight or not. All of the fret wires that I use all of the refrets that I use this fret wire and did the same process. I never had to check if the neck is straight or not. I put them after finishing them, I just put it on the guitar, set it up, and it's always okay. I get the same relief, I get the same effect of the old fret wires. So, you know, it takes away a lot of other things, to a lot of preparation, and this is just for my guitar. Some would say that it's not the proper way, but well, if that's how you do it, then that's how you do it. This is how I do it. It works for me. So I'm not gonna try. Okay, I can see from here that the part here is not yet seated. I'm just gonna hammer it down. Okay, done. Seated already. Okay, on to the next fret. Okay, I can see from here that there's a lot of lifted grains on the edge of the fret slot. So I'm guessing this one. I'm guessing that this part here, I put a lot of glue in it back then. So what I'm going to do is just push them all down in the middle, so that it's gonna be completely flat, and I'm gonna make sure that my fret bar is gonna be seated properly. I'm doing this slowly right now because I'm talking. Usually when I'm not talking and I don't have any other things to think about, this is a lot. Just take me about an hour to do the whole fret. I mean, to put on all the frets. That is including removing and cleaning and all this. But because I am talking right now, and this might take me a bit of time. But it's good to take it slowly, because doing it slowly will lower down your risk of mistakes and problems that may happen. Right. So next one, next fret wire. It's still a bit. The time is a bit long, so I'm gonna cut it with my fret tang nipper. Okay, sometimes the tang nipper bends the end of the tang, so I may need to bend them back to straightness. Okay, I need to find one tool again, another tool, so we'll be back. Okay, I couldn't find that tool that I'm talking about. I think I missed it. I found it. Good thing. Usually they're just somewhere on my other toolboxes. It's just that I have a lot of them, so I don't know where to find them sometimes. Let me check my phone first. Somebody might be. Okay. All right. So I'm on this fret bar now. I need to straighten the edge of the fret wire. of the fret tang that I've cut. You have to be very straight so that I don't damage the fret slot. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking now and do the refretting without any more blah. Might become a bit boring, but this is how we do it. Okay, I think I've cut the fret. Okay, maybe a bit. Still, it needs a little bit. Okay. The edge. Again, I'm not gonna edit this. I don't like to spend a lot of time editing videos. Okay, just nice. So I'm gonna put it down. I'm gonna hammer it using my hammer tool. Well seated. On to the next one. So these fret wires will make the neck slightly thinner in feel because they are slightly lower than the original ones. Just a little bit of cleanup because there are some green stuff in there, but you want to make sure that there are no bumps on the edges of the fret slots, because those bumps will later make it hard for you to make the fret wire seated properly. So that's the only key. Make sure there's a flat surface there for your fret wire to seat properly, and make sure that the fret slot inside is clean. So make it clean with a fret cleaner. Before I bought this tool, I used to use feeler gauges. I'd modify one feeler gauge that is the same size as the fret slot. I would put some teeth on it and then just use it to clean the inside of the fret slot. Some would use a knife, an X-Acto tool like this, but I feel that it can work, but it's too thick. too thin, so you might not be removing those slightly smaller materials inside. So now the third fret, I'm gonna find a small fret wire that can fit. I don't have to. Okay. This looks like it's smaller, but still, I still need to cut the fret tang, I guess. Yeah. So I have to cut the fret tang a bit. Shorten the fret tang. By the way, it's already 10:08 in the morning, and I'm already 45 minutes into the video, and I'm still on the third fret. So I think I'm working a bit slow today. So sorry if the video is gonna be too long for you to watch. It might get boring in a bit. But if you're the kind of person that likes to watch these kind of videos like me, where I spend a lot of hours watching other luthiers on YouTube do their thing, then this is the place for you. And if that's the case, maybe you can subscribe to my channel so that I can get more subscribers. I don't know how it's gonna help the channel, but it's nice to know that a lot of people are tuning into you when you're on YouTube. The validation. The validation that is needed in this generation. I'm just joking, but it might be half true. Okay, third fret done. Move on to the fourth fret. I'm not doing this as fast as I usually do, because I know I've put some glue on this fretboard several years ago. So doing it faster might put it at risk of the edge of the fret slot being chipped, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm doing this slightly slower, a lot slower than I usually do it. That's my fault. And again, hopefully the battery can last until we're done. If not, I'm gonna have to, because I really want to do the whole process. I want to film the whole process. It's just that I'm not sure if the battery can last that long. You know, I'm on 86% and I'm still around 49. We'll see. Hopefully it can. Ooh, my wrist suddenly hurt. I don't know why. Getting old. There's a problem. I'm getting old. And my disease have made me old ever since I've learned of my disease in 2008. made me old in my mind, made me old physically. And after transplant and all the medication I'm taking, it made my physicality a lot older. Oh wait, I think I forgot to clean. Okay, everything clean. Fret ends straight. Can go inside. Hammer time. I remember back then when I got this guitar, I was really obsessed with jumbo fret wires, and I was like really in love with the size of the fret wire of this guitar, because this has the biggest fret wire of all my guitars, and I really love that it has very big jumbo fret wires. But after a few years, because of the pitting, and I knew that this is not the normal Dunlop fret wires, because they were a lot bigger. In fact, if I use this Music Nomad fret protector, it doesn't fit. It almost doesn't fit the fret wires because it's too tall and too thick. I like the Dunlops are slightly smaller, but these fret wires are very tall. But they have to go because of the issue that is the pitting or the chip on the crowns. Somebody's texting me. But I'm very excited for this to become stainless steel fret wires. Okay, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4 frets. Let's see if it's if these things are okay. Wait, where's my? Can't seem to find my level. So far, the level. Okay, I know that this one needs to be hammered down a bit, because I can see from where it's sitting. So I'm just gonna hammer it down. It has that sound level. That's how easy it is. It's got that distinct sound when it's already seated properly. The sound changes into a different sound. I don't know if I can describe it correctly, but the sound seems to be more solid and not hollowed. Okay, next fret wire. Yeah, it seems like I need to remove the fret tangs on all of these fret wires. to make it fit the yep, just a bit more. Okay. I should also be cutting down the end of the fret wires as I put them, but based on my experience they become too sharp and I don't want to work on the guitar with sharp fret wire ends, so I'm just gonna cut them down later as short as I can. Oh, I think I forgot to clean the slot. That's it. That's all it takes. Straighten the end on the fret time. Push it down. Okay, nicely seated. On to the next one. Oop, not that one. that's the replaced one. And I can't believe how easy the fret wire would go on this guitar. Is it because it's old, or maybe it's because it's got a lot of oil inside the fret slot from my years of playing it? Oil and sweat and gunk. Not gunk. I mean, I put my guitar in a case, inside the case, whenever I don't use them. Just helps it not tarnish too quickly in this very humid weather of this country that I live in. Like today, it's a bit rainy. The sun is not shining too much. It is out, but it's a bit cloudy, and it rained earlier, so it's a bit humid and hot, and I always have my fan in there. Okay, 59 minutes into, oops, I didn't know I can do that. And about 83% battery, so I think we're still good. sorry if you can see whenever I remove a fret wire, because I need the other hand for, maybe I can move the camera to a different place so that you can see everything. I'll try and make it as stable as possible because I only have a very small space to work with. Okay, let me know one thing first. Some of the things are here I don't use, so I have a bicycle light. Okay, I think this will do. I'm gonna try and put the camera to a spot where you can almost see everything and it won't hinder the, okay, this is better. We'll just move it again next time. Sharpie. Clean the fret slot. Make sure there's nothing there. And there's nothing there. Okay, I need to do something first. Okay, I made a mistake of not clicking the record button again, and I've moved. I don't know what happened on the last one, but I've paused it because I needed something. I think I lost about 15 minutes of recording because of that. But right now I'm on the 11th fret and I only need about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I started on 0 again on recording, but I'm just gonna edit and put these two together when I'm done. And it's a good thing because I think I'm about 1 hour, over 1 hour on the last one. So now I'm just gonna continue and maybe hopefully can finish this whole thing in this recording. So for now I'm not gonna stop my recording anymore because I forget to click the record button when I pause. So yeah, I'm on the 12th fret, 11th fret actually. I'm gonna do this fast. We'll try and do it faster so that I can show you how I'm gonna bevel and level. Again, I'm gonna try to not level the fret wires using leveler. I'm just gonna do a spot level on each of the fret wires to make sure that I don't take away materials from the fret wires, because to be honest, I don't like taking too much material on the crown when you level it, because it's like kind of defeats the purpose of having new fret wires and getting new fret wires. And it's like it's new, they're new, but if you try and remove some materials on top, then it's just gonna be a lot lower. So that's why I don't like to level my fret wires. For professionals, I guess they have to do it. to save a lot of time, and money for the customer. But since this is my personal guitar, I will take my time and do whatever is necessary to save those, to save the fret wires from fret wire crowns to be leveled down into a lower position. And I'm not doing a lot of hammering right now. It's whoa. Okay, I forgot to do another thing. Here's another thing that I use, which I forgot to do today. This is a sock that I don't use anymore because it's too big when I bought it. I mean, it's too short when I bought it. Doesn't fit my foot at all. So I use this to put on the headstock to protect the headstock. But I think I've already forgotten to do that. Don't worry, this is not used. It doesn't smell bad. It doesn't smell bad. And plus, my feet doesn't smell bad. I don't have that problem. Okay, at this point there are some fret wires that doesn't need the tang to be cut because they're exactly the same length as the fret slot. So I'm gonna take advantage of that, and it will save me a lot of time, because time is of the essence, whatever that means. Let me Google that. Okay, it says a statement that may be included in the language of the provisions of a contract to emphasize that the parties must complete their obligations on time. Okay, I'm not a professional and I don't have any obligations. So I may be wrong in using that phrase. I'd say time. I probably say time is gold. Especially if it's a Rolex. Yeah, it is gold. But time for me is very important because it's a Sunday and I still have a family to spend my time with. I just really want to finish this today so that I can play it tomorrow or tonight if my hand is still not tired, because whenever I do fretwork like this and I use my hand too much for using tools and doing all the motions of a worker does, whenever I play the guitar it feels very different. It's not the same as just sitting down and playing the guitar. It's very different when you've worked all day and you've had your hand done a lot of motions and stuff for doing the work, and then you play guitar. It feels different because your hands are tired and it feels different. The motion is different. So I'll probably play this tomorrow when it's done. Okay, I'm checking for each fret wires if there are fret wires that have a short enough fret tang that I don't have to cut. And it seems like there's none on this one. Oops, what is this? I missed one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very strange. Anyway, just gonna have to cut one of the fret tangs shorter on some of these. Yeah, that's nice. Just nice. If you're curious on what I do with this small plier here, whenever I cut the fret tang right here, I don't know if you can see, it gets a bend on the edge there. Here it gets bent on the edge, so I have to straighten like this one. I have to straighten it up so that it doesn't make the fret wire sit crooked on the board, because I've had that issue before with smaller Dunlop fret wires that I put on my Fender Japan 50 Strat, and I think it was 6105 or 6115, I can't remember, but it's a lot smaller than 6000s. And when I didn't cut the fret tang, when I didn't straighten the fret tang, it sat on the fretboard in a weird way, like it's twisted, but it's not. So because of that, I try and cut the fret tangs and straighten them up before I put them on the fret slots. It takes more time, but it gives a nice outcome to the fret wires. I have to cut this so that I can shorten the thing once more. So another one that I have to watch out for is the sharpness of this one on the 14th fret, because if I become too careless, this could give me a nasty scratch on my hand, and I don't want to bleed today. I only allow the bleeding on the days of my blood work. Okay, it's almost 11, so I guess I'm 1 hour and 20 minutes into the video, depending on how long I pause the other video before this one. So, but it says here 0.13 minutes. So I'm into 30 minutes on the second video. If you're still watching, thank you so much. And if you are not subscribed yet, please subscribe and like my videos. I'm almost done. Okay, I think I should adjust. I need to adjust the length of the fret wire, the fret tang that I'm cutting. So the smaller, I don't know where I've put it, or maybe I just hammer it a bit. I shouldn't be doing this, but okay. I think this. Whoa. Just nice. So for those who want to see what I do when I put it on my leg, so it's like this. This is the one I'm going to hammer. Just gonna put it there. See if it's seated. And just like that, it's seated nicely. So that's how it is. Because this hammer, because this chunk of copper is very big, I don't hit a lot. I hope I don't hit the fretboard at all, as you can see. So I only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fret wires, and we're done with installing of the fret wires, and we'll probably move to gluing the fret wires. Let me check the batteries. Sorry about it. Okay, I have 73% of the battery. I think there's still a long way, along a lot of videos to, a lot of space or batteries to record more videos. But just to make sure, after I install all the fret wires, I'm going to take a break and I will charge the mobile phone, maybe clean up a bit on the table because it's a bit messy, and after that I'm going to continue with the gluing and beveling of the fretboard so that the fret wires will be stable at on their places, so they won't move. Okay, I think I've cut the fret times to it's okay. I guess it's okay. I don't hammer the fret wires on the table because my table is just a plastic foldable table, and if I hammer it down on the table might fall down or break down. And this is a bit old. This table has been with me for 8 years now. 1, 2, 3, 4, last 4 fret wires, and we're done. I'll go and take a break, charge my mobile phone, maybe have a bit of drink and a bit of snack, and then when the phone is fully charged, I'm gonna do the gluing and the beveling. So this is gonna be a long video. Forgive me for not uploading it on 4K, because if I upload it on 4K, it's gonna take the whole day for it to be processed on YouTube, and I don't want that. There's a lot of margin for error for that. I think I'm gonna ask my friend who gave me this to make me one that is a cylinder, so that I can use it on fret wires like this. I mean fret slots like this, so that you don't have to use a Sharpie. Because the Sharpie I've used the Sharpie for quite a while, and it's only a matter of time before it becomes worn out and couldn't do the work anymore. These Japanese guitars, Japanese Fenders, are always a breeze to change the fret wires. Okay, while I'm there, I'm going to remove the last fret so that I have space. So I was saying, these Japanese Fender guitars are always a breeze to refret, because they're always perfect. They're always perfectly done. Slots have the same, the fret slots have the same size, and the first fret to the last fret, I don't get a lot of chips. I remember I refretted my Vintera 60 Strat, I think about 2 years ago, and the first thing I noticed about it is the fret slots had different size slots. There were some areas that have bigger slots, and there were some areas that had tighter slots. It wasn't always the same. I'd like to think that it's just my guitar that had that, but it's a Fender guitar, so I was surprised in seeing that type of those types of fret slots has been done on the Vintera 60s Road One that I refretted a few years ago. I guess these days it's the way it is. You can't blame the factory, you can't blame the people. It's just the way it is right now these days, because again, I'm gonna hammer 2 fret wires together. I'm gonna try hammer them both because my hammer is big enough to hit them together. And we're done with all the fret wires. It's been installed. Okay, I might need to hammer down the other fret wires. Okay, nicely seated. And voila, all is seated on the fretboard. Again, an old sock to protect the headstock. So right now I don't have my fret rocker. I don't know where I put it. It should be here, or maybe in the other. It's just hidden somewhere. So right now I'll be taking a break. We'll be back in a second. We'll charge my mobile phone so that I will have more time when I will have more battery when I start beveling this. So the next one I'm gonna do is put the glue the frets into the fretboard, and then cut the fret wires short and bevel them. Okay, see, we'll be back in a minute or a second. Okay, I've recharged my mobile phone, and I'm done with my break, and so now I will be continuing with the refret process of my Fender Japan YJM Strat. So okay, children are a bit noisy right now because they're playing. Let me have a drink first. Some soda. Really nice. Okay, so the next process will be gluing the fret wires to the fretboard. But first, I'm gonna try and find some high spots on the fret wire on the neck. Okay, as you can see, this one is perfect. Okay, this one is a bit high, so from this moment I'm gonna have to do a lot of hammering, so we will not be seeing a lot of the hammering because I want I'm gonna put the neck on my leg every time I hammer. Okay, that's leveled. This one is not.
Now it's leveled. This is working out really well. I'm not having a lot. I'm not finding a lot of high frets. Okay, this is the second high fret that I have, so it's on the 10th fret. All I have to do is hammer it down. Let's make sure it's seated properly. And just like that, it's leveled. Okay, this part here is a bit high, so I'm gonna hammer it. Just nice. This is actually working out great. I don't have a lot of high frets. Of course, this will change after I've cut I've cut the fret ends. Okay, for this part on the edge of the fretboard, it's a bit high, so I cannot hammer it down because its surface area is too short. So for this, I use this one that I made just for those small corners that I need to hammer, and I use I use this smaller chunk of brass to hammer it down, and that will fix the problem. Yeah, done. Okay, this is the same thing. It's on the edge there, so I cannot use this big hammer. I will use this this brass rod, and I'm gonna hammer it a bit just to level it. Doesn't need a lot of hammering for that, for the edge. Usually just a bit. And now it's leveled. And everything's perfect. Now for the last frets here. So as you can see, there's the last fret here and the first fret here. There's no fret on the next part of the fretboard, so you don't have any material to rest it on to check if this thing is too high or this thing is too high. So to check that, is what I usually do is I just put one side of the rocker and I go like that. If I can feel that the edge of the fret rocker is bumping into this fret, it means it's still a bit high, so I have to lower it down. I'm gonna use this. Okay, here. Okay, this part is a bit high, so I'm gonna use this big one right now, just to make sure that it's well seated, because I can see that it's already seated, but it might be slightly. Still a bit high. That's strange. Okay. I need to hammer it down more. Okay, then. This one. Okay, this one also needs a bit of hammering. Problem solved. Let's check for the other one again. Okay, needs a bit more here. I'd use this one, but it's a bit noisier than the copper one. Okay, problem solved. Okay, now let's go on to gluing the fret wires. So doing the fret wire, I mean gluing the fret wire, only needs two things. One is something to anchor the the neck, so that it doesn't topple, it doesn't fall down forward. So you're gonna need a bigger, something that is big enough to, maybe this one and this one, and there it is. Okay. I'm gonna glue the fret wires on this side and then the other side with a very thin CA glue. Thin CA glue is 502 glue here in Singapore. Oh no, I think it's leaked. I'm gonna pour a very nice amount on a small container. Oh, that's too much. But that'll be enough for the whole fretboard on each side. Just gonna put it away from the sunlight, and then I will use a carving tool, maybe a carving tool or something to run the glue down the fret wires. Let me think about which glue to use. I mean, which tool to use. I'm just gonna get a few tools and and we'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, so this is one of my carving tools that I've used for gluing the fret wires before. So what I'm gonna do next is glue the fret wires and then cut the fret edges and then check again if there are high spots on the frets. Why am I gonna do that? Because sometimes while cutting the fret wires, especially stainless steel, you tend to pull the fret wires away from the fretboard, and it creates a high spot on the whole neck. So I'm gonna have to recheck again after I've finished cutting the fret wire, the fret ends of the fret wires. But right now I'm just dipping the tool on the thin CA glue or super glue. Thin super glue, very thin like water, and I just let it run down the fret wire from its fret end. On a rosewood fretboard, I would use a thicker glue because I only glue the fret ends, not the whole fret wires, on a fretboard that is dark color, because rosewood fretboard are usually unfinished, and if the rosewood fretboard absorbs the thin glue, it's gonna be there forever, and it's gonna look nasty after it becomes after it hardens. So this doesn't need a lot of glue, except for I don't know why this part here keeps on so that's why I only use thick glue on rosewood fretboards. Okay, I think that's done. For that side is good enough. I'm gonna do the other side now. It's important that I do it in an angle that is in a forward angle, so that if I put the glue down on the fretboard, on the fret wire, it will not run into the fretboard, but instead just on the fret wires and not on the board itself, if you know what I mean. Let me check first if there's enough glue in there. Okay, I guess that's enough. Just gonna put a bit of glue in the nut area there, just to make it a bit smooth. Very nice. And then I'm gonna let it dry, and then later I will polish it. Just top, do some cleanup for those parts that have chipped off. Very thin CA glue will do the trick into covering those paint chips. Alright. Okay. So now I am going to put it flat on its face so that any wet glue that's inside of the fret wires will go under the, I know it's already dry, but some might be still wet, so those wet super glue surely will go under the under the fretboard and on top of the fret wire until it dries up. Okay, doesn't take too long, but I'm just gonna give it a few seconds. Okay, while I'm here, I'm gonna show you the 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 threaded inserts of the fender Japan. It's very big. It's quite big. You can see here, and the bolts that they use, for the Fender Japan YJM Strats are a lot thicker than the USA ones. So if you want to interchange them, if you want to put a Fender Japan YJM Strat neck on the USA body, it's not going to fit because the bolts are a lot bigger, and the neck, or the holes on the neck pocket of the USA YJM Strats have smaller holes, so it's not gonna fit. You can fit a USA Malmsteen neck to a normal Japanese body, Fender Japan body, because it has the same size hole, but you cannot fit, technically you can fit a USA Strat neck, YJM neck on a Japanese YJM body, but the holes on the Japanese YJM body is bigger in size on the neck pocket So you can put it there, it will fit, but I'm not sure how stable it's gonna be because of the holes on the neck pocket of the Japanese Strats. It might move a lot, or maybe if you hit it, you hit the neck a bit, it's gonna move. So it can fit, but it might not work. So that's the difference between the Japanese and USA Strat, bomb scene Strats. Okay, I can hear now that they are dry, and I can also see that there's one in part here that looks like it's not seated properly, so I'm gonna check. Yes, I am correct. For some reason it popped up. This happens a lot whenever you put in the glue, it will move, so all I have to do is hammer it again. And just like that, it's leveled so fast. Okay, now I'm gonna cut the fret ends as short as I can. For this job I need my Hosco. This one is a Hosco brand again, and this fret wire cutter is specific for um, is specific for stainless steel fret wires. I put a cover in here just so that the whatever I cut, it doesn't fly out or fly into my eye, take out my eye. I think I might need to adjust a bit. Let me see if there's a gap in there. Yeah, there is, but not enough. Just nice. Maybe another one. Need to adjust the how much the mouth opens and closes, so that I'm sure that so that I can be sure that the fret wires will not be okay. I guess I got it. Okay, I'm gonna start cutting now, and this is what I'm trying to tell, what I was saying earlier. While I cut this, I might pull up the fret wires. As I do the motion like this, there's a big probability that I will pull up the fret wires, even though I am holding it down. It can still move the fret wire. So after this, I'm gonna check again for high spots, and we'll hammer and hammer again. Okay, that's nice. It means I've adjusted the cutter to the best to its best position in cutting. Oops, I was wrong. This one doesn't cut nicely, so okay, I may need to adjust again. Okay, once more. It has to have that snap in the end, otherwise okay, needs that snap in the end, which is not too, yeah, there it is. Ooh, I guess something's going on with my arm, and I think I've moved the fret wire, so let me check again. Okay, it's not. very nice. It's really nice cutting power. Okay, this one here is a bit hard to cut. I don't know why. There it is. A lot better. All I need is to adjust. If you can hear that sound, that is actually dangerous, because that's why I put the plastic in here, so that it doesn't fly into my eye and take one of my eyes out. Okay. My right wrist is hurting a bit. I don't know if it's still tired from playing bowling this past week. I went bowling with my wife a few days ago for 2 days. And it's still hurting, I guess. My wrist is still tired from doing that bowling thing. Okay, I guess I have a problem with my cutter right now. It doesn't seem to want to cut. I'm using this cutter, which is Hosco brand. It's from Hosco company, and this is specific for stainless fret wires. Let me put some tape under, so that, because I see the old fret wires that were inside the tool, inside the plastic, is falling out. So okay, there we go. Nice cut. That's what I want. That snap. Okay, good. It means I'm cutting very close to the edge of the fretboard, and it'll take me less time to do the beveling later. Okay, some of them doesn't want to work the same way. It doesn't work the same way in the others, on the other fret wires. So may need to put some effort there. Maybe I need to adjust more. Okay, I guess that's the best. That's the best position there. Okay, it's taking me more time because I can't see the jaw of the fret cutter because of the plastic. But it's maybe I should think of another way to cover my eyes, and to put a cover in here, so that I don't have to, so that it doesn't take a lot of my time. Also, my hands are a bit tired. Oops. I don't want that to get away, because that will scratch. It will scratch the marble, the flooring, I mean, on the balcony, and I don't want that to happen. Okay. Okay, I think I'm done on this side. Oh, there's another one. Okay, done on that side. Start on the other side. Try a bit of a drink. That is nice. Quite refreshing. Okay, let's go. That's a nice cut there. Short. That's another cut. Nice cut again. Another one. Very good. Bit long, but it will work. Nice. Okay, my hand's a bit tired because of the position of my hand is not the best one. Okay. Alright. So I've cut them short. Now I will do a check again, because sometimes okay, this one has high spot, when earlier it didn't have a high spot. So I'm just gonna go and hammer them down again, and it will be still there. Okay, I see why. It's on the edge. I can see it from here, it's on the edge. So I'm gonna use this. gone. That's how easy it is. Okay, this one's high. Hammer it down. Gone. This one's high. Hammer it down again. Sometimes they move. Sometimes they move, so when something is high in here and then you hammer it down, sometimes it will move to the next position here. So when that happens, all you have to do is do the whole fret wire up and down. Now it's gone. Is it there? Okay, still there. Okay, in this point I try hammering and hammering. It could be the problem of the fret wire. So the fret wire on this part here might be too high. So for that one, I need to spot level that one. But I'm not going to spot level it now because I still need to bevel. Still need to bevel the edges. I'm just gonna put a mark here just to indicate that this is a high spot, and later I might need to address that high spot. After beveling. Okay, put arrow. Put an arrow there saying this spot is high. And then later on, if I cannot correct it by hammering it, I am going to spot level that son of a bitch. Here's another one. So I'm gonna get a marker here. Oh. This is only happening because of the glue that I've put several years ago. If I didn't put glue in it, I'm probably done right now. See, most of the high spots now are on the edge or the fretboard or in the end of the fret wire, because after cutting them, they moved. Putting pressure on them, they'll definitely move. Some of them are just really not hammered in properly. And I'm really glad that these are stainless fret wires, because if you hammer the non-stainless fret wires, it will be damaged. If you hammer non-stainless fret wires like this, the way I'm doing it, you will get all sorts of issues and problems. Okay, this I need the heavier hammer, because I think I put too much glue in there that the fret wires are not moving. So far I have 3 main problem fret wires that I will mark, so that later I can address them after beveling. Whoa. This whole fret wire have moved and it's become really high. Oops. Whoa, that is quite high. I'm gonna need a bigger hammer here. Because it's already been glued, so it's a bit hard to hammer them down, but it's alright. Okay, that problem is solved. No need to mark it. Alright, so I have 1, 2, okay, just 2. So now I can see that there is quite a space in there. Let me see first. Up close. Yeah, there's a space in there. And it's quite high. So I'm just gonna hammer it down again until it's that is strange. Okay, I think it's gone. Now, time for beveling. So again, I'm gonna protect the side of the fretboard here with tape. Okay, this is not going to do a lot of protecting the finish, but it will tell me if I am getting closer to the fretboard. Maybe I should put 2 layers of tape just to make sure, because again, this has already has some vintage tint into it from the 8 years that I've had it. When I first got this, it was very white, and because this country is a bit humid and quite sunny most of the year, discoloration happens like this, and it ages a lot faster than those guitars in the USA. Or those areas that are cold, because it's quite sunny here in this country. More tape. For protection. Okay, another one. Another layer. They are very sharp. Very sharp. Okay, at this point I'm gonna have to remove the headset and start doing the beveling. But first I'm gonna have to get my tools. But I will remove the headset so that I can move freely and do it while I watch how close I am to the fretboard. Maybe put a bit of tape again on this part of the head, the nut area here, and the headstock. I'm gonna put some tape over at the sock so that it will not move around, and I start working the bevel tool. This is starting to look nice and good already. So I'll be back in a bit. Okay, again I've made the mistake of pausing the video, and after I came back I forgot to turn it on again. So I think I've taken some few minutes away, but right now I have the beveling file here. I think it's a 35-degree angle, and another one here which I use for removing the sharp ends of the fret wires after they're cut, just to make sure that I won't get any cuts on my fingers while I do it. So this is what I use to remove those sharp ends, and this is what I use to bevel, to give the fret wire some beveling. So now working my way through the low E side to give that really nice bevel angle. So far I haven't damaged any of the finish, and it's looking nice right now. This file is just one way, so it can only file the fret wires that way, depending on how I orient the file. It's maneuverable, but right now I have it set here so that my motion will be from the higher frets to the lower fret wires, and I'm doing it just one way, which is forward like this, because I don't want to go back and forth, because if I go back and forth it's going to create some chattering on the metal, and it's not gonna look good when I'm done with the bevel. So I try not to rush things when it's about this job. It has happened to me that I try to rush things, and then I press too much on the fretboard. I mean on the fret beveling tool, and it has slipped away and then scratch the top of the fret wires, and this creates a lot of scratches. And because of that, I had to level the whole neck, just to take away that two scratches in here, which are very deep. So now I'm just gonna be very slow. So if you're still watching, thank you so much. If you just tuned into the channel, if it's your first time watching my videos and you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe and help me grow my channel. I don't know what the benefits are, but it's nice that there are a lot of subscribers on your channel. I want that validation. No, I'm joking. But sometimes jokes are half meant. Okay, I'm almost to the edge. Gonna use this again because the fret ends have started to become sharp again, so I will remove those sharpness, and just so that I don't get into an accident and cut my finger or my fingers and bleed onto the neck. And it has happened to me before when I do things too hastily. Okay, there's some parts that are quite sharp, so, and I've taped the, I don't know if it was captured earlier, but I've taped the fretboard edge. Excuse me. My throat has started to become itchy again. Okay, I've taped the fretboard edge just to protect it. Put 2 layers of tape there. Now I'm taking away the sharp edge of the fretboard. And this will take a lot of time because I don't want to go and work on it too fast and make a mistake. So I will take it slow. Hopefully you're still not bored while watching, because this one's a lot longer than the last time. And I don't have a lot of you can always click forward if it looks like it's the same thing that I'm doing. That's what I do sometimes. If I know that I can feel that somewhere I've hit the tape, so it means I'm very close to the edge. So I'm gonna have to be very careful now that I don't hit the tape, remove the tape, and then do a pass on that area and scratch the finish. My main goal is to not scratch the finish and be done with the refretting without damaging the finish. Okay, so sharp edge is gone. We'll go back to beveling to put an angle on it. Almost there. All right, almost there. Again, it's become sharp again, so I'm gonna use this file again to remove the sharpness on the end of the fret wire. Okay. Back to the beveling file. Okay, one thing I think I need to think about is if I need to edit this video to make it shorter, because right now I am 1 hour into the video again, and I think I already had about an hour and a half from the last one. I mean the first one, and then the second one was about 40 minutes. So maybe I should edit this video just to make it shorter. Yeah, I think I'll edit it so that people are not gonna get bored watching it. And if I'm gonna edit it, maybe make it into an hour video or 2 hours maybe, because I'm not sure if I can upload up to 3 hours or more on YouTube. Again, I'm just doing this one way. Maybe we can change a different angle now so that you can see a lot clearer and what's happening on the or what I'm doing. Might be a bit shaky, but okay, I'm pulling back the file now because okay, I'm almost there. I'm pulling back the file now, but I'm not putting any pressure when I pull. It's only when I push so that it cuts nicely. It's always the first and second and third fret that gets the file less than the higher frets. Now I'm almost done. The middle part is done. It's almost onto the fretboard. Okay. I'm gonna need to turn the file now so that I can do a backwards motion instead of forward motion when it cuts. Okay, all I have to do is turn it around like this. And it's gonna cut backwards instead of forward. So now I've changed directions. I'm gonna turn out, I'm gonna flip the fretboard, the neck, and I'm going to be doing a forward motion, which is the mirror, the opposite direction of what I did from this side. So I move it to the other side, and I still have the forward motion. Just need to cut off the end of the fretboard, because right now it's not getting cut too much. Plus I need to brush off all of the fretwire shavings. Now it's become easier to file, so I guess I'm really near the edge of the fretboard, which I don't want to touch. So I will probably use this instead and give it a little bit of an angle, and then slowly cut off those edges right there. Still not hitting the tape, so very tiny bit. Not there yet, but almost. Almost. So for the lower E side of the fretboard, I think this angle of the bevel, which is, I don't think it's 31 degrees, although I'll show it to you on the camera. So you can see there, hopefully the camera can focus on it. So for the low E side, I'm not gonna put a lot of angle on the bevel because it's the low E side, and the nut is cut quite narrow, and the spacing is narrow. So even though if I put a very steep bevel on it, the strings will still not fall off the fretboard. But because this is the low E side, and you tend to pull down on the strings on the low E side instead of pushing them up, it's the strings will not fall off the fretboard on the low E side, very rarely. So I'm not gonna put a lot of bevel on it, a bevel angle, and I think this is enough. But I will just have to remove that sharp end at the edge of the fretboard and make it flush, make the fret wires flush on the fretboard, and we'll be done on this side, and then we'll do the next side. So right now I haven't hit the tape yet, so means still a bit far away from the fretboard, so I can still file it more, and I don't have to worry about damaging the finish. I can feel this fret wire here moving when I file the last fret wire, so later I'm gonna have to glue it again and glue it one more time and hammer it one more time so that everything is leveled. almost there. Okay, it's almost gone. The file is sleeping over the tape now, so it means I'm almost there, but the tape has not come off yet, so I'm almost there but still not there. Okay, as you can see that I've hit this part of the tape here, so most likely it's very close to being flushed. I mean, the fret wires are very close to being flushed to the fretboard. So I'm gonna focus on the lower frets, which is the first to fifth, because most of the time when I file for beveling, the first fret up to the third fret usually gets left out by the file, and yep, almost done, but the first fret is still almost there. I have to file it this way so that I can see how low I am on the in between the fretboard and the fret wire and the tape. It's almost there. As you can see here, it slides really nice up to the third fret and the second fret and the first fret wire. So I'm gonna have to work on that a bit. And I'm almost done. Yes, it's looking really nice. Let me check from okay, the bevel is gone, so I need to put a little bit on it because now it's gone. So, but there's no more bevel on it. I think the bevel is it's about I think it's about 50 degrees. So I'm gonna put a bit of bevel on it just to make it nice and really nice to play. Okay, that's nice. Okay, that's enough, I guess. Put a bit. Oh, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Put a bit of pressure on it; it will slide off, and then you'll be left with a lot of fret wires scratched, and then you're gonna have to level it down again. Gave it some scratches here, but I don't think it's deep enough for it to need leveling. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I hate that when when it happens. I hate it. I guess I need a bigger beveling file, something that is a lot thicker in here so that it doesn't slide off. All right. Yeah, it's not that. Yeah, it's not very. Those are not very deep scratches. I cannot feel them with. Yeah, can be polished away. Okay. There's still some. Okay, I'm gonna use the other tool, this one, to take away the edge of that fret wire. So oops. Ah, there you go. Okay. I can now feel the tape and the edge of the fret wires on the edge of the fretboard, except for the first 3 frets. Gonna have to work on the first, second, and third fret a bit just to make it flush with the other fret wires. Okay, time check is 2 p.m. and my battery is quite low. I need to charge my batteries on my other phone, but I'm almost done on this one. Okay. Okay, I think I'm done on this side. Now we'll do the other side. Where is the brush? Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna do the other side. This one is a lot. So for this side, I need to put a nice bevel on it so that it plays really nice. So, and nice and fast. That's what I mean. If I put a bevel there that's really steep, I'm not gonna feel a fret wire. I can hear something is moving. It's making a noise, so there's probably more gluing needed. It's this one. Somewhere there's a loose fret wire in there. I'm gonna have to glue it again after this. So now I'm just removing all the sharp edge. And then I'm gonna put a nice bevel on it using this tool. I can hear that. I don't know which one is that one. this one. Something's making a noise. Okay, I'm doing it fast now because I'm getting hungry, I guess. I haven't eaten lunch yet. So after this, I'm gonna take a break again. Charge my phone and then eat lunch and then continue for the final part of the refret, which is fret dressing, crowning, and all this. And I'm gonna show you that I'm not gonna be leveling the fret wires. I'm just going to spot level them. Okay. Sharp again, so gonna work on removing the sharpness of the fret ends, because I don't want any accidents to happen. Sharp ends are gone. Now back to the beveling file to give a nice bevel to the guitar. can hear that noise, that means one of the fret wires are loose and it's gluing. Okay, I think I need to clean the beveling file, because maybe I turn it on the other side, because I think the sharpness is on this side is not as great as yeah. Again, I'm not putting any pressure when I pull, only when I'm pushing forward. Just making sure I'm going down the right direction. Okay, so now I'm on the wrong direction. I think I need to, okay, maybe I'm gonna put it here. This one is a lot easier. Okay, I need to change the direction of the file. Okay, so this should be going forward. Sometimes the orientation of the file is a bit tricky. Okay, that's correct. This is correct. To be honest with you, this is the most boring part of refretting a guitar. It's the beveling for me. Because you're doing the same thing all over, over and over, but you're gonna do it on a longer time. Especially if you're like me, that I'm very careful with this, because I don't want to make any mistake, and I don't want to damage the fret wires. So I'm gonna have to take it slow, long and slow. That is how much time I'm gonna take when beveling fret edge on the fretboard. The fret edge of the fretboard. Okay. Okay, now I'm I'm a bit confused on where the file is going now. So this should be cool. So this should be going like this. Means should be like this. Yeah. Sometimes it becomes a bit tricky with the orientation of the file. There you go. I'm doing the edge, the last of the high, the high part of the fret. And I want to give it that nice bevel that this tool gives, so that it is very nice to play. I'm gonna bevel it to until the fret wire and the fretboard is flush. And 1 hour and 43 minutes into the video. After this, I'm going to take a break, eat my lunch, rest a bit, and then move on to the next process, which is fret dressing, polishing, bevel, fret end rounding, and all that stuff. I'm almost there. Just a bit. Needs just a bit. Okay. There are some sharp ends again, so I'm gonna go back to this tool and just clean it up nicely. And it will make it flush to the fretboard. As usual, 1, 2, 3 is always left out, so have to work a bit on those areas. I'm already hitting the tape, so it means I'm very near to that edge. This is already looking nice. tape is starting to come off, so it means I'm really near to that fretboard edge. So now I'll come back to the beveling file. I need to change the directions. Going forward. Okay, I'm not sure where the file is going. Okay, I guess it's that way, so put it like this so we can do it forward motion. We can do a forward motion. Just a bit more. Almost done. Okay, I'm guessing the edge of this one has peeled off, so I'm guessing we're flush. Yep, we're flush. Gonna need a bit more this side, making sure that it's not. Okay, I'm gonna have to remove this one, remove this tape, and we'll now be very careful in removing material on the fret wires, and the fretboard should not be damaged. Okay. from this moment on, I'm gonna have to be very, very careful not to hit some parts of the finish. Okay, I've hit some part of the fretboard in those areas that are already flush, but not too much. There's not too much damage on it, so still okay. Just really have to be very, very careful right now. Almost done. Right, it's done. Oops, spit here. There you go. Okay, I'm done. So far I didn't hit a lot of the finish, if you can see that. Not sure if I hit any at all that has some significant damage that almost seemed like I actually refretted the whole thing. I don't want to make. I want to make look. I want to make it look like it has not been refretted yet. So far, it's good. I don't see anything bad. So yeah, I think I'm done for this process of the refretting. An hour and 54 minutes on the video. So I will take a break, eat my lunch, rest a bit, and then proceed to the next one. See you later. Alright, I am back. I have eaten lunch and taken a bit of rest. So we'll go on to the next process, which is checking the whole neck for high spots again. And if there are, we'll be hammering them down again, like this one. And when they're all leveled, we'll do another glue, another we'll apply another another pass of glue on the edge of the fret wires on the ends, just to make sure that they are really stuck in the. So far there's only about some of them have moved, so the reason why I have to hammer them more again. Okay. Of course, they will move once they move while beveling. Because of the motion, the back and forth motion of it. But it can be remedied. This is the most highest fret wire. I'm gonna try and hammer it down again to see if it will. Yep, it's gone. This one's a bit high, as usual. Just needs to be hammered down. Okay. Okay, there are still some parts that are protruding on this side of the fretboard, so I'm gonna do a few more passes on in between the fretboard and the fret wires, just to make sure that the fret wires will be flush with the fretboard. And I'm gonna be very careful now because I don't have any protective tape in there to help me protect the finish. do it this way because I cannot see how far the the file is going into the fret wire. This way I have more chance of not hitting the finish. Okay, I've hit the finish here. This one's nice. I don't know why this one is a bit off. No worries. This can be remedied by the secret weapon, which is the thin super glue. Just one dab there and it takes away all that scratch, and later can be polished away. And you won't even know that it's there. Alright. Okay, back to the okay. I guess I'm done with each side. Oh shit, it's still wet. Alright. Do another check. One more time. See that? This has moved. Because I tried filing the third fret with this, like this, and it moved. So now it's a bit high. So I'm gonna have to hammer the whole thing again. One more time. Just on the edges. And we're done. One more time here. And it's gone. Okay. Perfect. perfect, 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 perfect. Okay, you can see from here that's a bit high. There's a space under the fret wire. I'm gonna have to move this away from me because I don't want it to. I guess this is the one that's making the noise earlier where I was beveling the fretboard, because it's not seated properly. You can see a gap there. There's still a slight rock on it. So I'm just gonna hammer it until it's gone. Because I can still see a small gap in there. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if the camera can focus on it, but there's a small gap here. So there's a small gap. That means it's not seated properly, and something is causing it to be not seated like that. And if worse comes to worse, and I can really seat it properly, I'm gonna have to spot level that area. So far, there's a very little rock on it. Okay, this one here is a bit high. Now it's gone. This is also a bit high. It's got a space in there too, same as the other one. Okay, now there's no more space. Okay, so far this I'm going to remove this because this has been so I'm going to put the marker here because now I know that this is the one that needs to be spot leveled. Something is hindering this fret wire to sit properly in here. Let me try it again. Okay, it improved a bit. But it's still there. So I'm gonna have to spot level that one, I think. One more try. It's still there, so we'll spot level that one. Next is I'm gonna apply a bit of glue again to the end of the fret wires so that I'm sure that it's not gonna move again. I'm gonna apply it same thing as last time, same way as last time. Just gonna put it here, and because it's thin glue, it's gonna flow down the fret wires and the fretboard. I'm not gonna put a lot of super glue, just a bit. If it doesn't flow, it means it's well seated. If it flows, that means that there's a gap in there, and it will be filled up with the super glue. But it will also make it secure because of the super glue. Okay, just let it rest a bit and let that glue dry. Time check is about 3:25 p.m. and I think before 6 p.m. I'm gonna be done with this, and I'll be able to set it up and play it tonight. Okay. Now to go on this side. So now I'm gonna put it face down so that all the glue that I've put in there will flow into the middle and under the fret wire. Bit hot today. And the humidity is high because of the rain this morning. Okay, I think I'm done. I think it's dry. Next I'm gonna do is before that I'm gonna make sure that there are no more gonna make sure that there are no more hanging frets and everything is flush with the fretboard, with the neck, with the fretboard edge. Yeah, it seems like everything is okay. So now next part is rounding the fret ends. So for this part I'm gonna use my ever faithful tool, which I can't find right now. I know it's just here somewhere because I've used it the other day, the last time. But first I'm gonna put this back inside the container if I can find its cover. There it is, so that it doesn't tarnish, it won't get rusty, because this one is very important for me. Now to find that fret end file, which should be here. It should be here. I think I saw it earlier. There it is. So I'm gonna just remove the sharp ends at the fret ends. I think before I do that, I'm gonna no, I'll do it later. I'm just gonna lower spot level this area here with my S file. It's not gonna take a lot of material to make it lower. Okay, a bit more. And it's done. That easy. One more. Check again. Yeah, it's done. It's leveled. So I'm gonna remove this marker here and gonna start on removing the sharp ends of the fret wires. So right now I'm not gonna tape it yet, because if I tape it, the thickness of the tape will stop me from removing all of that sharp end at the end of the fret wire, so I'm just gonna use this one and round the edges like that before I tape it. Okay, let's go back to a different view. I'm gonna put the camera in a different area so that you can see a lot better. Once again. So right now I'm doing just the sides of the fret ends, and I will do the other side after. And then now the other side. Don't know if you can see. Sorry for my table, doesn't have a lot of space in there. So I'm gonna do the left side or the right side if you're facing the camera. I mean, if you're watching from YouTube. This is the Osco fret and file, fret and rounding file. Again, it's not a sponsored item. I bought this with my own money, but I really love the Osco brands that I'd rather buy from them than the more expensive brands. They're very effective and cheaper than the well-known brands. It's a good thing that I am ambidextrous, so I can do the same motion as my right hand is doing on my left hand, and this is very helpful in removing this part of the fret ends. I don't know if I'm really ambidextrous, but I remember when I was young, I used to write on my left hand, using my left hand, and my mother, thinking that it's a bad thing, she made me write and learn on the right hand. So now I can use my left and right hand on some things. I used to still write on my left hand, but when one of my teachers saw it in school when I was young, she forbade me to write on my left hand and told me to write on the right hand. And apparently that was what my mother wanted. My mother instructed the teacher to make me write on my right hand. And then after that, I think I've forgotten to write using my left hand. But I think I can still teach my left hand to write. Yeah, I think I still write on my left hand. Let me try. Have a bit of a break. Try and write on the left hand. So this is my writing hand, which is right. This is how I write the word right. I'm gonna try and write with my left hand. I'm gonna write left. That's it is. I can still write, but might need a bit of practice. Enough with the play. Go back to work. Okay, I don't have a lot of space anymore, so if you can't see what I'm doing, sorry about that. But currently I am removing the sharp edges of the fret wires at the front ends. Yeah, I think I might be ambidextrous, because I remember when I was in college, I remember I go to a pool place, or billiards, and I noticed that I used the cue stick on my left and right hand, and my friends also noticed that, and I didn't notice at all. Out of necessity, if I need to hit a ball using my left hand, I could do it. So without even thinking about it. So I guess I am ambidextrous. So after this, I'm going to tape the fretboard, and I'm going to polish the fret wires from 400 to 10,000. Okay, now the top. Okay, good. Okay, the other side. I'm 44 minutes into the video, and time check is about 4 p.m. Okay, so next next thing I'm gonna do, I keep saying next stop, not even moving, I always say next stop. Okay, next thing I'm gonna do is tape up the fretboard. Need the brush. Where's the brush? There it is. So far I have preserved the finish nicely. It's not looking like it's been refretted at all. Okay, tape up, and then after tape up, we'll be doing the polishing. Polishing will be mainly, the purpose of the polishing is mainly for removing all of the old scratches from uh, the stainless fret wires, which uh, came from the factory while they were handling it. But as it is right now, it looks okay. It's just that there are some imperfections on it, so I need to polish it into a mirror shine, or at least to 10,000 grit, so that it will look really nice after. And after that, I'm done. I didn't have to. I did not have to see if the neck is straight or not. I refretted it uh, without um, without removing the. I mean, without turning the truss rod and making it very straight. And once I'm done with this, since I didn't level it and it has no high spots, no more high spots, it will be the same setup as when I last removed it from the neck. So no need for putting the neck into a very straight line, and of course I didn't level the fret wires, so no need for doing that. As long as there are no high spots, there are no uh, there are no wrong height of the fret wires, then I don't have to touch the truss rod, and will be the exact same setup when I removed it from the body. Well, maybe I have to lower down the fret slots. I mean the nut slot, because these are slightly lower fret wires. So I lower the might need to cut cut down the nut slots a bit, just a tiny bit, until it's in the correct position. And that's it. It's done. No leveling, no leveling, no dressing on top like this, because it's already dressed. It's already round in shape from the factory. All I need to do is polish it, and we're done. If it's still not dark, I will show you how I set up the thing, and maybe after that the video is done. Hopefully I can finish before the sun goes down, because it's just 4 o'clock. The sun will come down around 7 p.m. in this part of the country, I mean the world, which is near the equator. That's why it's hot here. And also all those things. I guess I have about 4 hours of video right now, and I'm not finished yet. And I don't know if I can upload it. Upload all the videos on YouTube. It's if I can, it's probably gonna take a lot of time. So I don't know if I should edit the video to make it short. If that's the case, I'm gonna have to upload it somewhere in the next coming days, because I still have to edit it out a few things that may be too boring for people that are watching, especially in this TikTok generation where you only watch about 20 seconds of a video and you're done. By the way, I don't hate TikTok. I have TikTok. I have an account on TikTok. Sometimes when I'm bored, I watch stupid things there. Funny things that make me laugh. Especially at night, whenever I'm having a hard time sleeping. But sometimes TikTok can be a little too political, and I don't like politics. So I choose what I watch over on TikTok. As much as possible, I don't want anything regarding politics and all that shit. Almost done. Okay, let me pause the video a bit. I'm gonna order milk tea. Alright, I've ordered some milk tea to cool me down because it's become very hot in the balcony. The humidity is very high. And I got some rice puff, crunchy rice puff from the inside from the fridge. Oh, I hit the glue container, so the glue spilled off the table right now. Fret wires are looking nice and clean. Okay, good. I've taped off the fretboard. Now I'm gonna tape the sides as protection for the side of the neck. I'm using some low-tack masking tape here so that it's easier to remove after polishing all of the frets and fret wires. Remember to always use tape whenever you're doing a lot of sanding on your guitar, a lot of work that needs abrasive, or a job that involves abrasives. Always tape whatever you're working on to protect your guitar. Okay. Now I'm gonna start with 400 grit using just this foam sandpaper. Whoops. Have to secure the tape first for anything else. As I've said before, there are no scratches. I mean, I'm just gonna polish the fret wires to just really remove all those factory scratches that came with the fret wires. It's not that they're very deep or something, but if I want the fret wire to look really nice and shiny and will play like butter, I should polish from 400 grit to 10,000 grit, and it's not gonna take a lot of time. I kind of feel like this is gonna be fast because there's no damage on the fret wires while I was working on it. I didn't damage it at all. Plus it's gonna be smooth after I'm done with it. the other side. I still have another pack here of steel. I still have another pack of stainless fret wires here. Maybe I should refret the USA 2021 YGM strap. What do you think? But that one I might not film because I realized that it takes a longer time to film the work. I mean, it takes a longer time when I film the work I'm doing, so I will probably refret the other YJM strap that I have with stainless fret wires, but I'm not gonna film it so that it can take less time. Plus I don't have to talk. Because takes talking and doing work is two jobs at once. It's multitasking, so, and I have to be very careful, so I guess that's three jobs. Being very careful, doing what the job, and talking and thinking, so that's four jobs. That is nice. Okay, I think I'm done with the. Need one more pass. Just to make sure. Okay. I think it's okay. I'm gonna get the. Oh, I have a 1.5 here, but I'm gonna get um, my other sandpapers that I use for polishing my fret wires. So we'll be back. Okay. I have here all the fret wires that I use. I'm gonna use the old ones because they're still usable. So this is 8600 to 10,000. So the one that I used earlier, which is this one, is 400 grit. No, actually it's 320. Now I'm gonna move to 600. And this is not gonna take a lot of time because it's already, there's not a lot of damage on the fret wire. So there won't be any problems. Plus if I move from the lowest grit to the highest grit and polish the fret wires on the same direction, which is up and down like this, and when you bend your strings it's also the same motion up and down, it's gonna be really slippery, and it's gonna play like butter afterwards. Okay, done with 600. Move on to 800. Grit. What is that sound? I can hear something, but I can't hear clearly with the headphones on my ears. Okay, 800 grit is done. I'll move to 1.5, and this will start to make it more shiny. The most important thing to be very shiny is the crown, because it is gonna be the crown, which means the top of the crown, because it's gonna be the point of contact, of the strings. And of course the sides needs to be polished too. Sorry if I burped. That's just my stomach reacting to the medications that I've taken the whole day. Okay, so right now it's already shiny. I'm gonna move to 2000s, 2000 grit. It's shiny and slippery. It will be very nice to play this after. If I can go to a different direction and it feels like it's still smooth, means uh, it is getting better and it's going to be very uh, nice and shiny after I'm done with it. I never use I don't use metal polish at all because I feel like uh, it makes the job too easy. If your fret wires are still a bit rough and you try and use a metal polisher, it will still be rough in the feel. It might look like it's very shiny, but it's very rough when you play it. That's how the metal polish works. It makes things shine even though it's rough. So that's why I don't use them. And if your fret wires are rough, especially if it's nickel, if it's microscopically rough, it will tarnish after a while and it will become hard to play with all the patina on it. So for me, even for my other fret wires, I mean for my other guitars, as much as possible whenever I am going to change strings, I always polish them up to 10,000 grit, sometimes even higher if I got if I have the correct grit of sandpapers. So far the highest I bought is 10,000. That is available on the stores that I buy them from, but I know there are higher grits like up to 20,000s, and you're gonna feel like they're paper, and you're gonna think that it's not working at all because it's very thin. I mean, it's very fine, but if you started on a very low grit like 400 to 10,000s, and then you move up to 12, 13, 14, up to 20,000, it will there's a very uh, nice difference to it, although it's very microscopic, and I doubt that you'll feel that on the fret wires when you play if you only polish your fret wires up to 10,000 grit. Right now it's already very shiny and I'm only at 3,000, so I'm gonna go to 4,000, and this is not gonna take too long anymore because even if you go back up and down on the same area, it's gonna have the same effect, which is gonna make it shine and shine and shine. So at this moment, don't need to polish, stay on the fret wires too much. Just make sure that you've polished them with the grit up to 10,000. Some would stop at 3,000 or maybe 4, but I like to go from up to 10,000. So now it's 7,000 and it's becoming very shiny. You can see from here And for the final trick, 10,000 grit. And after that, we're done. And it's still still feels very shiny at all. Okay, we're done. I'm gonna keep all of my used sandpapers, sanding stuff. I'm gonna keep it on the side first, and then I'm gonna wash my hand because my hands are very dirty, and remove this tape. So I'll be back. I'm gonna pause this, but I'm gonna make sure to click the record button again. Okay, I'm back. It's quite a bit strange that when the sun came out, the wind started to become cold. What sorcery is that? Okay, I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove the tape on the fret wires, because I think we're done. And then we'll check for frets that are high once more, just to make sure that I don't put it back on the body without checking, because I don't want to put it back on the body and then just suddenly know that there's a high spot and there's string buzz. Okay, there are still some protruding protruding. Okay, this here it doesn't have. So this one is very nice, but there's still a few in here that I might need to polish. Oh no, I don't think I need to polish it. I just need to remove the excess. I think it's an excess metal. Yeah, it's gone. Okay. I'm gonna need the 10,000 grit to polish those areas that are still protruding. 10,000 grit will not damage the finish at all. In fact, it's gonna make it look very, very shiny. Alright, it's gone. Okay, do it on the other side to make it more shiny. Alright, and I'm done. The fret wires are done. I don't know if you can see, but it's finished finally, and I didn't damage the finish at all. It looks really nice. So I'm done. Let's check again for high spots, because nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Ooh, did you hear that? That squeaking sound? Because it was it's very shiny. Okay, I think we're done. I don't see any spots at all. High spots. This one here is the tape. The remains of the tape that I put earlier as marker. I think the glue went on it. The glue went under the tape, and now there's a residue of the tape there. Done with this, so I'm gonna get the body now, and I'm gonna put this on the body and have it tuned, and let's see if the I'm gonna remove the sock. Here it is, the fret wire replacement. Gonna put the camera back into the mount. I'm just gonna throw this away and get the body of the guitar, and I'm gonna install it. Let me check again if there's some high spots in there. Nope, there are no high spots. And done. There are no sharp spots. Also, sharp ends can be played nicely without being wounded. I'm gonna get the body, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to put this back uh, using the old string, but I will try, because nowadays the strings here in Singapore are very expensive, that I don't want to use. I don't want to open up a new pack. I'm just gonna wait until one of the strings on the old on this old set breaks, and then I will go ahead and replace to a new set. Oh no, I guess a few things have fallen down from. Okay, that's a problem. I didn't notice that. The bushings on the fret on the tuners have fell off the tuners. I guess it's from hammering too much, and because of that I've lost 3 bushings already. I hope I can still find them. They're probably in the floor. Too much hammering have made them fall off. Okay, I'm gonna put this back and I'm gonna be back with wait. That's the problem. Maybe it's inside the shoe. I'm in the sock. Okay. So these 3 fell off. These are bushings on the tuners, and they have fallen off of the holes that they were in. It's a good thing that I found them again, otherwise it'd be crying time. Alright, maybe I'm gonna secure them with no, they're just loose because of the hammering. I don't think they're gonna fall off again. Okay, well, I can use this to hammer them down just a bit. This is the end of my screwdriver. Just gonna hammer them down a bit until they're nicely placed, nicely seated, as I would say. Too much vibration caused them to fall out. Okay, back to connecting putting the neck on the body again. strings on. Forgive me if I don't put the guitar on top of the table. The table is just too crowded right now, and there's no space for the guitar, and I don't want to. It's gonna take time to clean up, so I'm just gonna do it on my lap. Okay, gonna do the string puzzle, which means gonna have to find a way to untangle all 6 strings so I can install them again. I can use them again, because now the strings are $9 when last February they were just $6.50. So after 6 months it's gone up to $9. If it's okay if it's just about $1 or $2, but $3 is quite a lot. I'm gonna use my let's see if this still has batteries on it, so that still have okay. I'm doing the string puzzle right now, which is the untangling of the strings after removing them and getting them all tangled up while the neck was off of the body. And then okay, I think I'm done with the puzzle. Now it's just a matter of string it back into the machine heads. I'm already 1 hour and 37 minutes on this video, on this part, so So I guess I have about 4.5 hours of footage from all of this work that I've done. Minus those that I forgot to turn the record on. Okay. So now it's all streamed up. I'm gonna do a check, a setup, and a check if the strings are too high or too low. Tune up the thing. I don't hear any buzz at all. Okay, as I've expected, the strings have gone up a bit because the fret wires are a bit low, slightly lower than the original. Okay, a bit high, but it's done. I might need to lower the bass side a bit. Okay, I need to retune and set and retune. Then next is, okay, I'm gonna have to lower the lower the low E string because it's a bit high. Then check if the okay, high E is exactly where it is. So now I'm just gonna have to lower the radius of it. That is, if I can find the radius gauge. It's a lot of things in here right now. So I need to find the radius gauge, and I cannot find it. Let me check again if it's here with the, yep, it's here. So the radius is 9.5. I'm gonna make this into 9.5. Radius gauge 9.5. Make the radius of the bridge 9.5. Oh, that's strange. This one here doesn't seem to want to go inside the screw. Okay, radius is about there. Have to retune again. I still hear no buzz at all. It seems like it's also still intonated. The final check is check if the string height is correct from the nut, so it's slightly higher. 1 and 2 is slightly higher. So one and 2 is slightly higher. Kind of feels a bit high. The string's a bit high, even though I've set it up to 50 thousandths of an inch on the low E and 60 thousandths on the 40 thousandths of an inch in the high E. But the strings feel a bit high, means the nut slots are still a bit high, which might need to lower down a bit. They're not very high, but slightly high, but especially on the low E. Okay, I think it's done. Let me check again, because I kind of feel like maybe it's just me, because my hands are tired. Again, another check. Yeah, string height is correct. 50 thousandths of an inch on the E, low E, and then 40 thousandths on the high E on the 12th fret. Okay, I think I'm done. Show you a close-up of the guitar after it's done, of the fret wires after it's done, and then I'm gonna go inside the room and go have a quick uh, test of the guitar. Because it might be just my hands that are a bit tired, so it feels like the strings are quite high, but they're not. So I'm gonna stop this video and gonna move to the room and try the guitar plugged into the Spark amp and record a bit. See you later.
All right. Left the tuner outside. Outside, I forgot to bring it in, and I don't know if I got another tuner here, but basically this is the outcome of the refret. Done with it, finish it. I don't think there are any I guess that's it for this job. It's done. It works. So yeah, that's all the process of refretting the fret wires of the Fender YJM Strat. That's all for today, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Bye bye.